Right, I think we're ready to start. I'll quickly turn the desktop audio on so you can listen to the lovely music while I quickly set things up. Should be working fine, yeah. So, last time I streamed Wonders of Sodor, I did the main story campaign and a bit of general mucking around. But today we're going to be doing the shunting challenges. I did attempt the Knapford shunting challenge once before, but I didn't get very far, and the thumbnail for this stream was actually from my previous attempt, where I ended up crashing so badly I ended up upside down. This is where we insert a Thomas lay upside down with severe burns reference. I'm actually going to make a change to the chat because it doesn't look great. It's kind of suffering from the opposite problem that it had before. So I will quickly see what I can do to remedy that. Make it 160 by 600 and then you actually landed upside down. Yes, I did. Normally when you crash in this game, it just you just land on your side, but not this time. I went even further beyond. So with that, we shall begin. And I will point out that aside from that one failed attempt, I've not really been doing a lot of practicing, so I can't say for certain how long this will be.
Welcome to the shunting challenge into their proper places. You should try to get the truck shunted in as few moves as possible to increase your score.
Right. So I'm trying to remember what I actually did it. What I actually did to start off with, if I remember correctly. This might involve a bit of trial and error because diamond points are something of an arch nemesis for me. So it might be that it will take multiple attempts before I end up going the way I actually want. I think they're coupled up in the right place. I just want to move these two, the red truck and the green van, out of the way. But with that, oh yeah, and I turned on advanced controls, which well, basically means I don't have to keep the accelerating brake buttons held down. Which is a bit, makes things a bit easier, I suppose. No. Please stop. Go a bit further. There we are. And I want to uncouple here. Can't hear me. Can you not hear me? Let's see. I mean, both the mic and the desktop audio are. It says they're on. But, so I hope they're on. I think that's correct. And, no. Imagine a commercial for the Matchbox Thomas range. Yeah, well, never say never. If nothing else, I definitely want to do some print adverts. Or like maybe checklists, like the Ertl and Take-Along ranges. I mean, I guess like a TV commercial might be a bit harder, because it might mean having to integrate the Blender models with live action humans. And one thing, and frankly, it's, I think half the difficulty will just be finding actors, unless I just do it all myself. Maybe if I wear a stripy shirt and a propeller hat and carry a big lollipop in my hand, then I can convincingly pass myself off as a child. Right. I wish it wouldn't completely change the angle when you go into free cam. Oh. Maybe I could design some playset for the Matchbox Thomas and Friends series. Yeah, I do definitely want to design playsets at some point. Can't say exactly when it'll happen. Is that... No, I don't think that is going to take me the right way. There we are. Oops. Oh, it's because I've said this in the last stream, but because the reverser and regulator or throttle controls are the opposite of what they are in Microsoft Train Simulator and Train Simulator Classic. Huh? Oh, that's not fair. You can't derail when I can't even see you. God, now I know how owners of the console versions must feel, because if I remember right, the console versions don't have checkpoints in the story campaign. So regardless of how many stations you pass, you have to start at the beginning of every story, which is not great.
In as few moves as possible to increase your score.
Do I think the Scala Railway Fleet will be a future DLC? When you're at Crovan's Gate Station, you can see narrow gauge tracks. Yeah, I know there are narrow gauge tracks in the game, and you can even spawn trains on the narrow gauge track. But obviously, you can't go very far because they haven't built most of the line. But it would be nice to see. Now, I can definitely... I don't know if it'll be the next one. They might do either Edwards Branch Line or the Little Western first. But I would certainly like to see it, and maybe the Scala Railway will be the next one they do. Maybe I guess it'll be maybe a USP for non-fans to for it to be like, oh, you can now you can drive even smaller engines on the in Wonders of Sodor. We need the Brendan branch. Yeah, it seems like an obvious. It seems like an obvious choice because it means, well, if you've got Brendan, then you've got Cranky. Or plus Edward, I suppose. I was just thinking that Cranky's like in terms of the non-rail fleet, Cranky's one of the more iconic ones, I guess. Oh. Right. What if 13, the unlucky engine, met Calamity James? Oh, you don't want to know the horror. Right, I'm hoping that we don't derail here. I think that Edward's DLC story would include shunting to keep it in line with the episode Edward and Gordon. That's, yeah, I'd say that's quite possible. You could start with a small shunting challenge maybe and then help Gordon up the hill. Is that set right? No. No, I think that's set right. Well, I think he'll put us into one of the two sidings at least. This game has the most goofy crashes. Yeah, they're definitely more spectacular than the ones well, any version of trains, but especially the newer versions where there basically are no crashes. Basically, if you want crashes, you have to effectively stage them yourself. I imagine probably what they probably are expecting me to do is actually climb out of the cab and then run along and uncouple the trucks, which I probably ought to do. But you can't climb out of the cab when well, when an engine is running, or at least I don't think you can. Right. Well, where do we want to be now? I think we want to retrieve truck number 4. So, I'll make sure everything's set correctly. I think we're all right. I've seen Thomas Theory's video on Elias. Not yet, but I do want to. I've got it saved in my mental list of things to watch. Oh, more diamond points. I think that's going to let us go the right way. Then we think I want to set these ones as well. I think those are going to send us the right way. I think. But we shall have to see. What if I did this with Gordon? Now, I don't think there is a Gordon shunting challenge, for better or for worse. Oh, what? No, oh! If I fail a third time, we might have to do them in a different order. Just to keep things interesting.
Welcome to the shunting challenge. As you can see,
It's
these trucks are all
a real
out of
shame
order
that you can't
and
skip the
need to be put
cutscenes.
back into their proper places.
Do hope that if they bring out a
You should try to get the truck shunted in as few moves as possible to increase
hopefully if they
your
do
speed.
release like a patch in the future, then we'll see. 4's not free roam, is it? It's 8 now. Yeah, hopefully we will see skippable cutscenes in a future quality of life patch, maybe. Hang on, that's not right. Actually, are 5 and 6 in the right? Yeah, 5 is in front of 6. That's good. Is this set the right way? I don't think it is. But it is now. Is to use the map, hover over point to have a circle. And the purple line shows you the direction the points are switched. Click the circle to change the points, it's very helpful. I will give that a try. Might have to, because I've been put on the wrong line. I wonder who did something stupid like that. Was that always set wrong? I don't know, but it's set right now. And that's what matters. I stopped too early. There we are. Right. To move these background trucks out of the way. Well, where are we? Here. Oops. Actually, if we make sure set to reverse. That's wrong, I think. Is it? I don't know. Well, it doesn't seem to want to play ball either way. I think they're set correctly. No. Right. They should add free roam to the game. There is a, I suppose it's a bit of a shame that, well, you need to set a path in, well, I don't know about shame, but, I guess it's a bit of a faff that not everyone wants to contend with. Right. So, now I've got to try and figure out how to get to, where's that now set to there? No, there we are. I think truck number 4 is somewhere here, isn't it? So I think this is set correctly now. Yeah, I think so. I've seen videos of this OC called That Blue Engine. He's a freelanced 442 Atlantic engine with a creepy face. Is he based on anything specific? I don't think I've come across That Blue Engine. Is he based on an illustration, or is he just some completely original thing? Right. Is that correct? I think so. I don't know. This is what we in the trade call the moment of truth. Right, I think we've done it. Please stop. Right. I want to uncouple here. And find somewhere to drop the van off. So I'll uncouple here as well, and then put the brake van somewhere where it won't be in the way. Hopefully that should do it. I'll quickly... Yeah, looks all right to me. That blue engine is a completely original thing. No, I'll have to look it up at some point. Did he set right? I'm not sure actually. No, but we've made it across without derailing, so that's what's important. Right, so I'll put the brake van over here, I think. I should be able to uncouple. A bit further along. So it's occurred to me, should I try running around this lot, pick up these trucks, and then couple it to this lot, and then put the stuff that's in front of truck number 4 on this siding here. That's what I'm going to attempt. I'll quickly make sure the points are set the right way. Oh, there goes Jeremy. Maybe not, I don't know. I'll have to... I don't think I'll derail here. I mean, maybe... No. No, no. No. In an ideal world, wouldn't have to come into contact with any diamond points. And it's doing that, so maybe they are set correctly? I don't know. We shall find out. Nope. LBSC's H1 and H2 look uncannily identical to the LNER C1 large boiler. Yeah, there's quite a bit of similarity. If you know what to look out for, there are differences. But sometimes you do get engines that look from different railways by different designers that look very similar to one another. Like another example I can think of is this is the limit of shunt, so I don't know if we can... Will we be able to go far enough to change the points, I wonder? You know, 20 yards. And then... try and make it so... it seems to already be set. Or maybe not. It's the next one down. It needs to be set to. Like that. Is that gonna help? And try tab and content saying, oh, didn't try that. If we run into another limit of shunts, then or possibly the same one later on, then I might give that a go. Oh yeah, we're going on the right line. It's just occurred to me actually that it was shunting the brake van into another siding was pointless because I could have just uncoupled it here. And I need to recouple this truck. Nope, going the wrong way. But not anymore. We grinded all these a few nights ago. Vicarstown was the easiest. By far. 9 wagons, but most are grouped together, so it was easier. Maybe we could do Vicarstown next, or we could do it as a sort of victory lap who save it for last. Hopefully we've gone far enough that we can... I think we need to maybe slightly... Nope. We need to go slightly further. And now we can change this set of points. They're correct. And they're correct. These are incorrect. They're correct. They're not correct. are. I think we're ready to shunt truck number 4 into the train. No, we're going the wrong way. Would I consider Emily and the Sterling singles being LNER engines despite being retired before Great Northern became the LNER? Well, I'd probably just say they're Great Northern engines, but I suppose, I mean, Sterling number 1 would have technically been owned by the LNER during the Big Four era, wouldn't it? Because it was before the formation of the National Railway Museum, as well, at least as we know it today. But I think they still own Sterling number 1 and like did rail tours with it and stuff like that. So I suppose in that sense you could say that the Great Northern Sterling singles were LNER engines in some way. Am I going to be allowed to do that? Yep. Now to shunt these unnecessary trucks into one of these sidings over here. Please stop. Oh. No. I proceeded to do absolutely nothing. There we are. Oops. Is this basically the Inglenook shunting challenge? Sort of. But with, I guess more, more sets of points. Because with an Inglenook challenge, it's like two or three sets of points, isn't it? It'd be interesting if Mattel or whoever released like a physical Thomas branded Inglenook challenge that was and sort of market it as a board game. I don't know about a board game, but like a game that the whole family can enjoy. I don't know how well that'd sell. Right. So we've got 4, 5, and 6 in the right place. We need 3. Well, still need 3, 2, and 1. I don't think it would have taken a rocket scientist to tell us that. I seem to remember last time I attempted this challenge, I put, because 2 and 3 are next to each other, but in reverse order, I put them on the turntable. I'm thinking, is that against the rules, or am I allowed to do that? Guess I could always find out the long way. Right, so where do I want to go now? To go here. I want to switch that set of points specifically, and I'd have to check to see So it's... I don't know which one it is. Right, so it's... Is it the fourth siding? So 1, 2, 3... Yes, the fourth siding. So this one here, the long one, just need to make sure this is set in a vaguely correct manner. Is it going to let me do that? Yes, eventually. We should be able to... oh, why am I moving? I think we should be alright. Have I tried changing the engine's face here? I have given that a go off stream. But yeah, I know how to do it. Oh, you stop. There we are. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to uncouple here. It lets me do such a thing. Is it going to... Is this... Well, I suppose I can just go around the other side if the post is in the way. So I've got trucks 3 and 2. And I'm going to try turning them round on the turntable. Because surely that would work. The trucks would still be in the right order, even if 2 of them are facing a different way from usual. Also, while I'm here, I will reset his face. Right. I think that should be far enough for me to... Yeah, I think that's correct. Hopefully it is. You'd be dizzy too, going back and forth. Yeah. Shunting is perhaps not a job I envy. I mean, maybe. It would be nice to drive trains regardless, but I think it would be nice to, well, do other things as well, not just go back and forth in a yard. Right, so I'm going to uncouple there, move Thomas and the nondescript van out of the way, and I'm going to turn this thing around. James having a triangle nose in the 2026 series is interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure why. I've heard theories that it's so that I guess the big engine trio have a sort of unifying look. But it is a shame to see James lose a bit of his identity, because James with the round nose just was James for such a long time. I'm sure I'm not the first person to say that I think that James's new face almost looks more like Edward. Have I ever watched Top Cat or Scooby-Doo? I think I did when I was very young. I was never super into either of them, even though Scooby-Doo especially is a massive franchise. I don't know why it never appealed to me that much as a kid, but I don't know. When it comes to classic Hanna-Barbera shows, I suppose Tom and Jerry is... well, everyone likes Tom and Jerry. But a lot of the ones from the 50s to the 80s, I never really cared for that much. I quite like Wacky Races, but some of the other ones, like Hong Kong Phooey, I never really cared for. And or the other ones, Huckleberry Hound. I never really understood Huckleberry Hound. He was just... He's a bit like Goofy in the sense that he's sort of... Well, he's a dog. He's an anthropomorphic dog, but he lives in a world that is also populated by non-anthropomorphic dogs. So I guess he and Goofy are perhaps sort of the missing link between... I can say like the missing link between dogs and humans, but it's not like humans evolved from dogs, did they? They are sort of like an evolved version of a dog, and the non-anthropomorphic dogs are like the monkeys of their universe or something. Well, spinning them around probably won't get you the achievement. I haven't tried it myself, but the shunting moons are kind of picky. Well, that'll be annoying if true, especially since I didn't read that until after I'd finished turning them around. Well, I don't know, should I turn them back around to how they normally work? As I mean, I guess it saves running the risk of putting them in what I think is the correct order and then realising that that's not allowed, that I've broken the rules. There's only a wheel on one side. Actually, it's occurred to me that I can hop out of Thomas's cab and do it properly. Huckleberry Hound is named after Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain. Yeah, I sort of I guess had an inkling that may have been what was going on. Uncouple 3, stick it on and do the same to 2. I might do that. While on topic, do I remember the spin-off Wacky Race to stop... Oh yeah, I did watch Dastardly and Muttley in their flying machines. That was another old Hanna-Barbera show that I quite enjoyed at the time. I remember a few years back, I think this was a few years back, I went to a vintage second-hand toy shop, and they had what looked like an animation cell from Dastardly and Muttley in their flying machines. I'm not sure if it was actually used in the show's production. It may have been like a marketing thing, because I know a lot of promotional art for old cartoons was drawn on cells. I think there was a time where even they would often draw promotional art on cells, even though the show itself was done digitally. Not that Dastardly and Muttley and their flying machines was done digitally. It was far too old for that, I think. Let's close the door again. And couple to truck number 3 and leave number 2 behind. That sounds like a good idea. No, there we are. I've seen some media where anther animals have the species names as their surname. Yeah, I think that's, I suppose, a fairly common thing. Like your Bugs Bunny, like, and Hucklecat and Crash Bandicoot, like you've said. Wouldn't Sodor use automatic turntables, like activated by levers, or pushing the table at this point in time? I'm not sure. I know that they might do that now. In the I'm pretty sure that in tenders and turntables they were manually operated. Hang on, I need to uncouple here, don't I? Oh, now we can set off. Stop. So, don't need to stop yet. If I connect my Dovetail Live account, I can unlock some challenges, give me posters and carnival tiles. Now, I've seen stuff about that. I'm trying to remember if I even have a Dovetail Live account. I'm sure I must do. I mean, I have not only this game, but Railworks and some of the older Train Sim worlds. I don't know if... I'm sure that if I don't already have a Dovetail Live account, I'm sure can't be difficult to set one up. No, I've set the wrong... set the wrong set of points. Can you not see that I am specifically trying to set this set of points? Thank you. Right. It's a bit annoying that the layering of the numbers is sort of backwards, because 6 is rendered in front of 5, or the number 6 is rendered in front of the number 5, and both are rendered in front of the number 4. Well, that's not confusing at all. But I think the points are set correctly. So with that, we can couple up van number 3. I had no idea you could change the points in FreeCam. You're getting out and running around to change them. Well, luckily I figured it out before the stream, because can't imagine how grueling it would be to have to get out of the cab every time. I'm trying to remember if I did it that way during Shunting Showdown in the first stream. I think I probably did. Right, so I'll uncouple that and put this van at the front in one of these two sidings, so it's no longer in the way. And Train Sim World has the LBSC variant of Thomas, whereas Wonders of Sodor doesn't at the moment. Yeah, I know. I did notice that. I was back when they first announced the Train Sim World Thomas DLC, I was sort of tempted to pick up Train Sim World, but I didn't like how it went the FIFA route, where it's a new release. It's a new release every year, which is basically just the same game as before, except the old version is now not supported. It's a bit. Well, it's not a practice I care to engage with, really, because I don't like it when a new version of Trains releases, to be honest, because it means having to well, it means you have to carry over all your. Well, it means you need to either re-download all the stuff you've downloaded in the previous version, or find a way to transfer it, and also also there's the fact that you've got to pay up again to get the new version, and also with every new version of Train, there's a very real possibility that the optimization will be worse than the previous one. Right, so I've got to remember. So it's this line here. I need to zoom out. If I... Oh no. There we are. Now that should be set correctly. Nope. Duncan's CGI model does look weird. Yeah, I said this. I think I said this in the previous Wonders of Sodor stream. The CGI Duncan looks less like an Andrew Barclay locomotive and more like a Bagnall locomotive. It's that sort of Rudal Glen Railway type engine, or a Ryan Camber type engine. And not an Andrew Barclay engine. Oh, right, we've done it. Hotel ambassadors explain why it's a new Train Sim World every year. I have to look up on why that is. Right. It's going to stop, isn't it? Yep. we are. I honestly want to see the shunting to Vicarstown and back, as well as yards work and stuff all combined. Well, I'll try and do all the shunting challenges. Oh, no, we're fine. Right. Now to pick up number 1. The next add-on to Wonders of Sodor you think is Brendan Branch extension with Henry and Edward, but you could be wrong. I don't think anything's been confirmed yet. I know there was a supposed leak, which like said that the Brendan Branch and the Little Western were on their way, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't real. I think if I switch this back and then set that there, and now I need to there we are. I think that's correct. Should hopefully be correct. If it's not correct and I derail, then I will not be pleased. Dare to shunt with James. I'm not sure if any of the shunting challenges have James. Perhaps they do. I don't know, because how many shunting challenges are there? There's because there's this one, there's Vicarstown, there's Ffarquhar Quarry, and I would assume Knapford Harbour as well, so that's 4 challenges. Oh, no, we're going the wrong way. I'm not sure if I'll ever get used to A and D being reverser and W and S being throttle and brake. Right, I think that's correct. No, only... Oh, it's only 3. So I guess there's no Knapford Harbour one then. I'm guessing Diesel is the Vicarstown one then. Oh, no, no! Right. Well, I'll save that one till last then, because I ain't doing it again right now. So there's... I know there is no shunting challenge in Knapford Harbour. Right, we'll do... No. Vicarstown Yard.
Welcome to the Shunting Challenge. As you can see, these trucks are all out of order and need to be put back into their proper places. You should try to get the truck shunted in as few moves as possible to increase your score.
Right. Oh, no. So, well, I can start by collecting 7 and 8, I think. They're set correctly. Yeah, I think they are. Yeah, I saw the number 9 brake van. Donald has become a brake van. Was that an empty road? Yep. So, yeah, I just grabbed 7 and 8 and then coupled them up to number 9, I think. No. These all set correctly? They are not. I think I might have to stop before end up going past a... I think we've just about well, I think it corrected the points. Apparently if they're not diamond points then they'll correct themselves, but if they are diamond points then they are what we in the trade call SOL. Oh, it's occurred to me I can't actually get to them from here. I need to push 6, 5 and 4 out of the way, which actually should be quite easy. I can just put them in the shed. So yeah, that's set the right way. That's not, but it is now. Nope. Nope. Right. I'll move these out of the way. Actually, it's occurred to me that it would make more sense, rather than pushing them out of the way, if I put them on the same line as 7 and 8. And then I can move the firework van out of the way and then collect them all and put them with the brake van. That makes more sense, I'd have said. I just got back from bike riding. Was that a push bike or a pedal bike, or was it a motorbike? It's occurred to me that I should probably make sure that these points are set correctly, which they are not. Going to let me change them? Is it? There we are. Got there in the end. Right, you don't need to keep going. You can stop. I'm not going to stop you from stopping. Yeah. And now I can plonk the fireworks van in a siding out of the way. That was a diamond point. My arch enemy. Come on, man. Alright, I think I've figured it out. And can I... Yeah, that. I should be able to just put the fireworks van in the shed. Oh. If you crash, then you might die. I don't want to open the window. I want to open the door. Right. I think I can... Nope. I can now emerge from ye old shed. And give the points enough clearance that I can set them to where I need them to be. Like that. And now I can... Well, mind you... Actually, stop. Oh, please. I beg you. I think what I'll actually do is... because I don't want to be a middle engine, I will... go to about here. And then uncouple. And run around so that all of the well, so I can actually how can I get to that? I think if I set these points there, yeah, they're correct. Well, they're all correct for now. So I shall... This is probably a very convoluted way of doing it, but It's what I'm doing. But basically I want to run around the whole yard, pick up 4, 5 and 6, and then couple them up to 7 and 8, and then bring them all to brake van number 9. That's correct. Oh, why is there a diamond point? Why? Can I find it on here? Yes. And I think it's set the right way. So I don't have to faff around with it. We will do this eventually. Curiosity, did I watch any old comedy comedy films like The Three Stooges, The Marx Brothers, Laurel and Hardy, etc.? I think I've definitely watched some Marx Brothers films. I can't remember which ones. I think must have seen a Laurel and Hardy film. I remember... please stop, please stop, please stop. I remember my dad used to speak quite highly of the Laurel and Hardy films, and how a lot of comedy tropes we take for granted today were sort of made their first appearances in the Laurel and Hardy films. And I remember when me and my brother were younger, we used to, every Christmas we'd get given £1 each to buy something for our dad as a present in Poundland. And I remember I picked up a DVD called it was a Laurel and Hardy DVD, but it also wasn't, if that makes any sense. Because I thought what it was going to be was like one of those retrospective type things you often get on like Channel 4 around Christmas time, where it's just celebrities and comedians sort of talking about their favourite moments in like classic comedies and stuff like that. What it actually was it was like this really dreary VHS transfer documentary about the town that Stan Laurel grew up in as a child. And it was the biggest load of rubbish we ever did see. And I think it was one of those things where I think it was created more for like hardcore fans of Laurel and Hardy as opposed to casuals, because it was all presented like we were expected to know all of this. It was like the presenter would be like, well, of course you all know that this is the shop where Stan Laurel bought his sweets when he was 5 years old. And it's like, no, I do not know that. Right, let's uncouple the mail coach, because we don't need it. Am I going to have room to go this far, I wonder? If I stop accelerating, then at least I'll come prepared. I think I should have enough room to change the points here. I always like Train Sim World because you can paint trains and make custom consists. Yeah, I know that there's a custom livery tool in Train Sim World that sadly isn't also present in Wonders of Sodor. It'd be nice to have, I don't know, made LBSC Thomas for ourselves and maybe a Black James or a Gordon when he was young and green, or maybe Stuart and Greg if people get the Backman Jr. reference. But yeah, I remember I had a lot of fond memories. It's not quite the same thing, but Train's Paint Shed that came free with early versions of Trains, and it was sort of a basic paint program that would allow you to make custom liveries for the default engines in the game. And I had a lot of fun with that. I remember one of the models you could repaint was I think it was a EMD SW series, and I remember when Strasbourg, the Strasbourg Mavis first came into being. I remember it was sort of nostalgic for me because it reminded me of Train's Paint Shed back when because the Strasbourg Mavis is, again, it's a EMD SW unit made to look like Mavis, and it just reminded me of being like 11 years old and playing around in Train's Paint Shed. Right. What do you think about slowing down? Hopefully the train thinks about slowing down as well. Oh, they're phasing through. Is that going to cause problems? I'll try and couple it up. Oh no, I went as smoothly as a situation like that can, I think. Is it going to let me uncouple? There we are. Right. No. Let's go back. And what's next? Well, stopping, that's what's next. And so we just need 3, 2, and 1. So I shall change that point and I do need to go across the diamond flipping points again. They should outlaw diamond points. They're nothing but trouble. Oh, no, that was correct. No. Yeah, there we are. Right. Sometimes the auto couple won't work. You have to be careful to not ram into the trucks. Mostly happens with vans and coaches. Oh, hang on, we're going the wrong way. Yeah, I've noticed that occasionally happen with different bits of rolling stock. Right, now we're going the right way. Oh. Right. And this is promising. But look how different the height is between the buffers. Are these coupled? Yep. Yeah, this is shaping up to be quite an easy challenge at the moment, which is nice. Lets you prepare for the horrors that await. Needs to do with that. And I think that should be ready to go. Just gotta make sure I'm not approaching the siding too quickly. Alright. Stop. That's good, they are coupled. And with that, we can continue. No. Right. Now we can change the points here. And here. And they're already set. Stop. No, I think we got away with that one. Change the points there, and now all the points should be correct. Now it's just time to move this last truck into the siding with the others. I like how all the trains in Extreme Express are all due cabbed except for the dog train and the cat train. Yeah, and also the that weird steam outline engine that looks like a parade float. Right. Oh, no, 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 no. Right. Well, that's them all coupled. Do they want me to drop these two vans off and then couple to the train on its own? I'm guessing so. It should be easy enough to do. I'll just drop them off over there or something. Anything to avoid having to interact with the diamond point again. Hopefully I've got enough clearance. Or just. Showing there's no near miss bonus like there is in Burnout or Tokyo Extreme Racer. One, uncouple. Yeah. Which set of twins do I prefer, Arian, Bert, or Splatter and Dodge? I think this question was asked in the previous Wonders of Sodor stream. I think the answer is I'm not entirely sure, because I think because Arian Bert's almost like two versions of Arian Bert, because there's the version from because in stuff like Stepney Gets Lost and Fergus Breaks the Rules, they're almost different characters to how they are in stuff like Middle Engine, and basically every story from season 8 onwards. Right, so that's one off the checklist. Now for the Ffarquhar Quarry one, which I've heard is quite difficult, so there's a chance I will perish.
Welcome to the Shunting Challenge. As you can see, these trucks are all out of order and need to be put back into their proper places. You should try to get the truck shunted in as few moves as possible to increase your score.
Right. Now, where even are most of them, and how many are there? Well, there's an 8 over here. 4, 7, 2, 1. So are there just 8, or is there a 9th one that's further this way? It looks like there's just 8. I don't know how long this is going to take me. I'm not even sure how long we've been streaming for. I can check. I'm streaming for about an hour and 40 minutes. We're not doing too bad, I suppose. Right. So, number 7's down here. So I'll set the points. Is number 7... Yeah, it's behind... No, it's not, is it? Yeah, it's behind number 5. Well, if... make sure we're on the right path. Number 7's here. So what I'll do is take number 5 off, put it with number 4 maybe. Actually, should I? Would it be better if I, before tackling number 7, I collected these trucks and put them in this siding here, maybe where there are no trucks, and then then retrieve number 5 and couple it to number 4 so they're ready to go, and then put number 7 with number 8. I think that can be how we start off. And also, I've not encountered any diamond points yet. That's set correctly. That's set incorrectly. No, we don't want to go backwards. Found a way to do fly shunting in the game. What's it? Set the path to the trucks, get the trucks rolling, then uncouple them and let them roll. Well, if I find a practical use to do that, I might give it a go. We've seen a Czech sentient train cartoon called... Well, probably going to butcher that pronunciation, so I won't try. The engines have their face on their buffer beams. One of the episodes has an engine become a tractor. That's strange. Faces on their buffer beams. That's not something I've experienced before. So I move these 2 trucks into the hopper siding. The shunting games remind you of Lionel Train Town, a very underrated PC train game. Yeah, that was brought up in an earlier stream. I forget whether it was last stream or the stream before, Lionel Train Town. I don't think it was ever released over here because Lionel's not really... Well, Lionel trains aren't sold in the UK because I don't think there's much of a market for, I guess, 3-rail O gauge. I think houses just aren't big enough, and people who do model in O gauge over here tend to go with the 2-rail stuff, which I guess is, for lack of a better term, a bit more hardcore than 3-rail O gauge. But there is another train puzzle game that I remember playing as a kid, which might end up being the subject for another stream. You never know. It was called Loco Commotion, which I think was it was published by Take-Two Interactive. I forget who developed it. I think it was some European company. I think they may have been German or Austrian or Swiss, maybe. Because a lot of the engines in the game had that sort of flavour to them, if that makes sense. Come on. Uncouple. I mean, if I can get that game working on Windows 11, then might have to give it a go. Oh, come on! Uncouple! Uncouple! Why is it not doing it? Why are you hurting my feelings? Yes, okay, we played Loco Commotion, but it was long ago. Yeah, it's quite an old game, I suppose. Like early 2000s. Why won't this uncouple? Is this why people were saying this this level was hard? Because you can't uncouple. What has happened? Maybe I have to... Maybe if I go out of the cab and try, maybe that'll help? Yes. Right, well, at least we're on our way now. No, we don't want to go forwards. Luckily, getting out of the cab worked. Oh, not too fast. Right. Now... Oh, hang on. We'll do that, don't I? I don't want to change... Leave these as is. I think. I know, I want to get number 5, don't I? And then... Well, actually... Oh no, it was... Yeah, I want to... Yeah, I do want to go down this way to retrieve number 4 and couple it up to number 5. And then... Yeah, okay. So, yeah, the pointer's set right. Smug grin kills you every time. Yeah, and by how the 2026 series is going, we'll be seeing a lot more of Smug Percy. Right. Now, the question is, will the uncoupling be so stubborn every time? Oh no. Worked first time that time. If you ever get to streaming it sounds fun. Yeah, I think I remember it being quite fun. It also had a level editor, which I just used to use as a model railway sandbox thing. Which is I guess unless you count Lego Loco, it was my I guess my first experience with a model railway creator for PC. Another train puzzle game I remember, which wasn't a video game, it was a physical game, was called, I'm sure you've heard of the game Rush Hour, but do you remember Railroad Rush Hour, which was the same thing but with trains instead of cars? I remember getting that, I think with some birthday money, from Towin Wharf on the Tallyclyn Railway um, 20, 24 years ago, 2002. I remember, I think we played a bit of that when, because we were on a caravan holiday at the time. We played that a little bit while we were in the caravan. But I think when we got home, I basically just played with the pieces as if they were just toy trains. I don't know where the pieces are now. I think it did come in like a little black and white striped box, not box, a bag to put all the pieces in. But I don't know what happened to that either. Train Sim World versions of Thomas and Diesel just have 2 buttons for forward and backwards, and the faces aren't animated. Yeah, I did hear something about that. I seem to remember there being a bit of disappointment in the air that the controls were as simple as they were. I think it's good that this game has, I guess, both a simple mode that's almost more like, well, it's almost more like controlling a slot car, and then you've got the advanced mode, which is more like a traditional train simulator. It's nice to have options like that. See, I'm putting them back in this siding here, aren't I? Am I? Yeah. And Thomas and Diesel not compatible with the Train Sim World. So yeah, I remember thinking, I don't know whether that was just a like a byproduct of the fact that they controlled differently, but it was a. I remember thinking that was a big turn off, because who doesn't want to couple Thomas to a bunch of Mark 1s and or like I don't know, I'm trying to think of something stupid that Thomas might couple to, like I don't know, some American hopper cars or something. I don't know, but it'd be nice to have had that option. If I remember right, there was a mod that there was a mod that allowed you to couple Thomas and Diesel to normal rolling stock, but because surely that couldn't have been a like a brand, like a corporate meddling or something. Because surely there's nothing in Mattel's dirty great book of Thomas rules saying, oh, Thomas can't couple up to anything that isn't Annie and Clarabelle or Troublesome Trucks. Right, now I want to retrieve number 7. Well, number 7 isn't the van, it's the... Did I know that already? It's the one of the trucks. Which means I'm not coupling up to number 7 yet. I am actually coupling up to the vans in front of number 7 and putting them out of the way. Another model train game you remember, which is on Steam, is Rule the Rail. Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember having the version which was called Create Your Own Model Railway, because I think quite a few sort of more obscure train games got re-releases in the UK with very generic names, and Rule the Rail became Create Your Own Model Railway. I remember there was Rule the Rail and there was Iron Horses, which was the same game, but it was all Wild West themed. I remember quite enjoying that. It's a fairly decent way of spending a rainy weekend afternoon, if nothing else. I remember the Wild West version had music that wasn't in the standard version, and obviously a lot of the engines and rolling stock were all like old American, like 1860s Wild West type stuff. But if I remember right, there was also like a Dean single in the game for some reason, which clashed a bit with. Come on, please let me change you. There we are. Which clashed a bit with the Wild West theming. Not that I minded. It was nice having a bit of British representation, even if it wasn't 100% appropriate. Iron Horses on Steam too. Maybe I'll have to pick them up. They can't be expensive, surely. Maybe they'd make good streams. Just maybe challenging myself to build a decent model layout in a certain amount of time. Well, I'll put these here, where they are double OT dubs, which is my stupid way of saying out of the way. Not too fast. Man, with skidding like that, Percy could go on Dancing on Ice. That'd be interesting. Just we see all the contestants, and one of them is inexplicably just a giant locomotive. I think this is the right line, isn't it? Yeah. I played Derail Valley. I wanted to play Derail Valley. Don't have it yet. It's one of those games that even during Steam sales, it's not exactly a pocket money price. I shouldn't complain. I should be supporting any train games that are remotely up my alley. I mean, I guess you'd want it for a game like Derail Valley, but I was very impressed by seeing the crash physics of the game. Like, it puts stuff like trains and Trains in the World and even railworks to shame. Oh, I've just realised. Oh no, hang on. Is there a Yes, yes, it is a triangle junction. God, I got scared then. Thought I'd arranged those trucks for nothing. Right. I think these are all set right. Which siding is this on? Right, so I want to probably set this point. And then Set this over there like that. And then trucks 7 and 8 should be able to be connected. No, I'm going the wrong way. And there's no backing signals on this route. What do I think of Thumper joining the pack if he somehow returned? I'll give him something to do. Or is Thumper a he or an it? Because I think his character bios called him a he, but then in his only appearance, Edward calls him it. It's been so long since I watched the pack episodes. I'm trying to think, was because in Big World Big Adventures there was another character in the pack with like a drilling thing on the front, wasn't there? Is it going to let me uncouple? Yep. Now, and I'll put this in an empty siding so it's not coupled up to any irrelevant trucks. I'm thinking of Darcy. Oh yeah, that was it. Put these two in the siding over here. I do like this part of the quarry. It's well, I can just imagine well, I'm not sure. I'm guessing this is it's got to be like a footpath, hasn't it? Footpath. I can imagine like coming for walks round here. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing this probably everything beyond the gate is probably well, I guess it's probably restricted, but I can imagine like walking, maybe walking up, like hiking up here, and maybe leaning well, maybe not leaning against the metal railings and impale myself, maybe lean against the gate or something and just watch the engines go about doing their work. It's always nice to have well, routes in train simulators that feel lived in, if that makes sense. Right. So now I need truck number 6. How am I? Number 6 at the back of that line of trucks. What I'll do is set the points correctly. And there's got to be some sort of a runaround thing, hasn't there? Oh. Just think about stopping, I think. I should think. Who should be added to Wonders of Sodor? Edward, no question. Yeah, I remember before the game came out, there were a lot of comments saying, I think even from people who weren't necessarily hardcore fans of Thomas and Friends, being like, "Oh, I really want to see Edward in the game." And I think I sometimes wonder if not just people who own Thomas, but maybe even the fandom, perhaps underestimates how popular Edward is. Because I think if nothing else, a lot of people outside the fandom know there is an engine called Edward. Drivable Bertie. Yeah, we spoke about that in the in the previous stream. I said something about how that would be probably need to make a different game engine for that, like Forza Horizon or something. But if I remember correctly, there was a drivable road. Didn't Train Sim World have an add-on with a drivable road vehicle? So maybe a drivable Bertie isn't as far-fetched as we thought. Right, so what I'm going to do is... that's already set, as is that. So I'll run around. You don't think it was corporate meddling that Thomas wasn't compatible with the TSW stock? You just thought maybe the programmers thought it looked weird. I don't know. Maybe I don't know whether how easy it is to, because in real life there are different types of couplings across different railways and different countries, because you've got chain couplings, at least for steam engines in the UK, and then Buckeye couplers or knuckle couplers in the US. I don't know if they're compatible out of the box in Train Sim World, or whether you need modding and stuff to do that. But it seems it is an odd thing though, because you'd think, I'm sure the Dovetail devs would probably know as much as anyone else that kids are going to be wanting to get the Thomas in Train Sim World DLC, and they're going to want to couple Thomas up to crazy things. Especially British steam era rolling stock. I don't think there's anything off about that. I'm sure anyone who's had a Hornby or Bachmann Thomas and double O gauge British steam engine or British rolling stock will have coupled Thomas up to something non-Thomas. That's Someone, what's happened? Why has the camera spawned in the rocks? There we are. No, I stopped too early. I mean, so far, this challenge is maybe a bit on the slow side, but I'm not. But it's been fairly manageable. Admittedly, I'm only currently on my second truck, so could be that it gets worse with time. But I mean, I'm just glad there's no diamond points, because diamonds are not a train driver's best friend. I think they're all set correctly. Yeah. No. I want to go forwards. Stop! We're going the wrong way! Got to see Edward's exploits to show how cool he is. Yeah, that'd be nice to have in Wonders of Sodor Edward DLC if it happens. And I'm sure that if we get a Brendan Branch DLC, we'll probably get Bill and Ben. I don't know about Boko, just because well, he was never put into CGI, so they'd have to make him from scratch. Right. And now we just want to go back to the other part of the quarry to get trucks 5 and 4. Any backstory for my profile pic? Yeah. Right, yeah, let's talk about that, because it's occurred to me that no one's going to know what that's about. Basically, it's not supposed to be a caricature of me. It's actually an old character of mine that I don't use for anything anymore. Oh, it's done it again. It's spawned the camera inside the rock. Yeah. So basically, years ago, I joined and lurked and occasionally posted on a forum called Comics UK, which was all about, and we've mentioned in a lot of streams on this channel about like the Beano and the Dandy, and it was basically all about British comics, and which by proxy included the Beano and the Dandy, and also boring stuff like 2000 AD. Yeah, I created an account on that forum, and I called myself Old Freddy. For I don't know what made me choose that, but then I decided to create a character with that name, even though he wasn't old, he was a child. I don't know why I called him Old Freddy if he wasn't supposed to be old. I guess I just wasn't thinking about how good a name it sounded at the time. But yeah, I created that character and featured him in a couple of comic strips, which might now be lost media, I'm not sure. I think they died, if I remember right, they died with Madge Host. And fun fact, Madge Host is actually back, and all the old accounts have been preserved, but none of the galleries have been preserved. So all the old pictures that were on my account back in the days of yore aren't there anymore. But my account's still there, and so if I wanted to post more pictures on there, I can. But back to old Freddy. Basically, that profile icon went through a number of iterations over the years. I think the current version of that profile icon is from about 10 years ago now, so it's pretty old. I don't know whether I'd still use that character if I were to make a new profile icon, because I'm sure if you've seen like Twitter and Blue Sky account, if you've seen my Twitter and Blue Sky accounts, you'll know I use a different profile icon, which I guess is a slightly less interesting backstory. It's basically just a photo of a Diapet Percy with the face of a puppet from some Flemish advert that became a meme about a decade ago. Stop spawning in the rocks! There we are. I think it's learned its lesson. Right, so are we going to avoid these? I believe. Yes, we are. So I think the points all should be set in the right place. Oh, I've got to stop doing that. I know Percy has had experience with backing signals before, but there's no signals at the quarry, no semaphore signals anyway. Do I plan to make any Railway Series characters in the Matchbox range? I'll probably do once I get to 1995 and the 50th anniversary of the Railway Series. I'll probably do what Ertl did and start putting characters like Coldy and Wilbert and D199 and put them in the range. Wanted to share an OC of yours you created a while ago and a story concept I had that was more directly based on the events that inspired Down the Mine. Alright, that'd be interesting to hear about, perhaps. Fun fact, say 114 years ago, Titanic left Southampton. Ah. So... Oh. No, I think we're good. Right. Now we can uncouple these. And time to look for trucks 3, 2 and 1. Well, 2 and 1 are over there. But number 3 is here. Is 3 the van? Yep. So I'll start reversing and set the points so that it occurs to me I'm going to have to move those other trucks out of the way because they're currently blocking the runaround loop. Will I ever do fan-made characters put in the Railway series style? I'm not sure, because it's a question of... I mean... I don't know how... or, yeah, I guess it's a question of, well, I have to seek permission from the original creators. I might, if I can scrounge enough of my old OCs together, my old Thomas OCs. I'm trying to remember if I have any other than Marty, the 1/2 engine. In fact, I know I do for certain, but it's trying to find evidence of... because a lot of those are super old, and I don't think there's any surviving drawings of them. But I did have OCs as a young child, as I'm sure pretty much every Thomas fan has had. I remember having one OC where I was like, well, I felt that, because at the time the only female steam engine was Lady, and I remember, actually I don't think that's going to work, is it? Yeah, at the time the only female steam engine was Lady, and I was like, well, what if there was another female steam engine? I remember creating, I can't remember what the character's name was, but I think she was an 062 tank engine who was pink, and if I remember right, I gave her the number 12, so it was like prototype Rosie, if you like, because I gave Rosie the number 12 in my AU. But the thing I remember about it with the most clarity was the fact that I gave her a TV aerial in her cab. I don't know what I was thinking. Why a driver and fireman would need to watch TV in a cab. It's can't be safe. But that's what I remember. Right, so I'm going to push these trucks out of the way. In fact, I might... oh. I might bring them into this part of the quarry. And put them in the hopper siding with the other miscellaneous trucks, just so they're out. Excuse me, just so they're out of the way. Yep, I can uncouple without walking. Oh. Right. I should be able to couple back up to truck number 3 and put it in the siding with the others. hang on. Oh, I forgot to set these points correctly. Yeah. I've got 2 more whistles left to collect. Well, that's good. I haven't collected all the collectibles yet. There's still a lot I still need to find. Oh. Oh. Yeah. We're playing Wonders of Sodor while watching the stream. Yeah, I hope you're. I hope you don't get confused as to which screen is your game and which screen is the stream. Oh. There we are. So just 2 and 1 to go. Huh? No! No! You cannot do that! You're... Oh, you're such a rotter. I can kill you with my bare hands. It's not nice. There's no shunting challenge there. Well, I don't know. What do you think? Should I retry the Ffarquhar Quarry challenge right now, or should I retry the Knapford challenge and then retry the Ffarquhar challenge? What are we thinking? The thing is, that wasn't even my fault. The truck's just exploded. I'm so upset. Go to Knapford first, okay. Well, 3rd time is hopefully the charm.
Welcome to the Shunting Challenge. As you can see, these trucks are all out of order and need to be put back into their proper places.
Says the Ffarquhar Quarry Shunting Challenge gave you the most difficulty in completing.
To increase your score.
The thing is, it was all going fine, and then the trucks just blew up. Right. I can't even remember what I did first. Right, so I want... Yeah, I want to put... Actually, yeah. So... No, not forwards. I haven't set the points right, have I? I have not set the points right, have I? That's a... Oh, Not a good start. Oh, brilliant. Man, this is going great, isn't it?
Welcome to the Shunting Challenge.
Shunting in the game is terrifying to you. Yeah, I'm starting to
You can see these trucks are all
starting
out
to
of order and
understand
need to be
that
put
feeling.
back into their proper places.
Do I watch Train of Thought? Yeah, I've
Try to get the truck shunted
often
in as
watch
few
some of his
moves as
stuff.
possible to increase your score.
Especially I like the cursed train streams he does. Right. So this time we won't absent-mindedly wander into a diamond point that is set against us. So we want to go here, don't we? Oh, why does it keep setting the wrong set of points? At least they're still set correctly. Right. Huh? I look away for 1 second. You're just doing it on purpose now, aren't you? No, it wasn't there. Don't even know what happened. I dare you to bash into the buffers, please.
Welcome to the Shunting Challenge.
Well, we might, once I complete all the shunting challenges, if it ever happens, I might let out my frustration by doing a massive crash or something. We'll have to see.
Get the truck shunted in as few moves as possible to increase your score.
Dreaming. Don't know what happened there. I don't know if I pressed a hotkey or something. But it should be working now. Is it fine now? Right. Good now. Okay, that's good. I must have pressed the wrong button or something. It's occurred to me that I need to mingle with the diamond point once again. But not before I do this. Right. Oh, the diamond point is looks to be set correctly. That could be famous last words. It's funny watching my reactions to Thomas spinning in the air. Yeah, I don't know what he's playing at. There's I can think of one blue video game character who likes to spin into a ball, and his name is not Thomas. What's my opinion on American, continental, Australian, Japanese, or any other foreign engine designs? Can't say. Never eaten any of them. But no, I do like I do like engines from all over the world. I used to, when I was younger, I used to be firmly, well, I was firmly into British steam engines. There's none of that, none of that American stuff. But now I just like any trains. No, I've just coupled back up. We're all doomed. Yeah, I've said. I said in an earlier stream, I think, about. I think this was in relation to the hypothetical arcade train game that I'd like to make at some point, that we keep bringing up in streams. But I've been doing a lot of looking into narrow gauge engines from different countries, and it's cool seeing like railways from different countries. Like, well, you know, all know I based Albert of the Mid Sodor Railway off of a French locomotive, and actually, I don't want to go down here, do I? Because I think there's a better way to retrieve truck number 4. And yeah, there was Erlons, the Peel Godred engine, who was based on a Swedish locomotive design. And also Emmett, who is sort of, in a way, based on a Japanese design. Yeah. I think another good thing about being into trains that aren't just British is like I say, it opens up your opportunities for like buying toys and models. Like I love the non-Thomas play rail stuff. But that's not to say I don't like the Thomas play rail stuff, but I like but the non-Thomas stuff, like there's a lot of there's just a lot of charm of I said this in the Matchbox in one of the Matchbox videos, the first one I think, about how I just like it when they're toy train ranges that aren't themed around Thomas or a specific like intellectual property. Because I think the only thing that could make play rail better, or probably the main thing that could make play rail better, would be, I guess, if it was just sold in other countries. Like, I'd love to walk into the Entertainer or where else are there? Smith's, or the Toys R Us sections in what was once WH Smith but is now TG Jones, and just seeing play rail for sale. That would be great. And I'd love to see capsule play rail. Like, again, not necessarily the Thomas stuff, but even the non-Thomas stuff. I'd love to see. Imagine if you just had capsule machines like that in like Sainsbury's or Asda or something. You know, I would, basically, Tommy, if you're listening, release your toy trains in the UK, because we want them. We don't care if they're not based on British designs. Just release them over here. And maybe maybe if enough people buy them, then you can start making British stuff, preferably British stuff that is not the Hogwarts Express. Which one's number 4? Right, so this time I'm going to put these 3 trucks in one of these sidings over here instead of the brake van, because there was basically no reason for me to shunt the brake van separately last time. You love those TM videos just as much as Thomas, maybe more. You still love them. You mean like I love toy trains and stuff like that? Yeah, I don't think. I mean, they may have been released in the UK, but I certainly never grew up with them. But I remember a few years ago I gave some of them a watch, and they are quite a nice. They are quite nice little videos. Just even if most of it is just kind of footage of trains running around on a big layout, there's I was one of those weird kids who would always watch the who would religiously watch the Tamika World video with Mr. T, not Mr. T from the A-Team, but the guy who just looks like a weird Humpty Dumpty knockoff with the voice of Mark Silk, unless you're American where he had a different voice. Would I do a part 2 on Wonders of Sodor in the Railway Series style? If if enough people want to see it, then certainly. It's just a question of knowing, I guess, what's going to get people watching. Right, where do I want to be now? Okay, I want to go down here. And lucky for me, it's already set. There's actually 2 engine characters from the I Love Toy Train series which I made into Thomas characters with their own personalities. Well, it's possible that maybe I can make something similar. I probably don't need to go quite as slow as this. But I also probably want to be cautious. Right, you can stop now, you can stop now. There we are. Let's uncouple the brake van because we don't need that. Nope, that's the wrong way. It's like that scene in Pop Goes the Diesel where Duck is setting off with his trucks, except clearly the controller was switched the wrong way, so Duck starts off reversing and then he pulls forwards instead. I want to go. to make sure that's set like that. And then I think, yeah, that looks correct to me. Would I ever draw Timothy in the Railway Series style? Definitely, when I get to doing Tale of the Brave characters, I can do Timothy the China Clay engine. Do we know who created the original, the Timothy the Ghost engine? I suppose at this point he's one of those characters that is practically in the public domain with how... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. No, 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 stop, 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 stop. Yeah, I think Timothy the Ghost Engine is one of those characters who's been, I guess, appeared so often in fan stories created by people who aren't the original creator that I shouldn't imagine that if I include him in a video that his creator is going to come along and say, excuse me, I'd prefer it if you didn't do that, thank you very much. Well, I could be wrong, but hey ho, it might be something that would be worth doing for like a Halloween video maybe. Because we already, well, last year we did the Ghost engines. Aside from the one from season 8, which was like Gordon's body on Murdoch's chassis. I think I said this in an earlier stream. I headcanon that engine to be a War Department 210, which, if I do draw him in the Railway Series style, or her, or them, or it, then that's probably the avenue I'll take. What do I want to do now? Where's... Oh yeah, it's 3, 2 and 1 over here. Not the game show 3, 2, 1, that is something different. So you might notice that I'm trying to interact... Well, they're already uncoupled, aren't they? I'm trying to interact with the diamond points as little as I possibly can. Would there ever realistically be an engine numbered simply 0? I think there was an engine in like China or something with that number. So it's not like out of the question that there could be a number 0, even if it's not especially common. And if we consider that Timothy was like a very early engine in the Northwest, a very early Northwestern Railway engine, then it might even be... Oh shit! No, stop! Yeah, considering Timothy is is like from very early on in the, like, arrived on Sodor just after the formation of the Northwestern Railway, then his grey livery, I'd argue, makes some degree of sense, because that livery was used by stuff like the Great Eastern Railway and the South Eastern and Chatham Railway both used a grey livery during World War One, which is like mid 1910s, which is, you know, around the time the Northwestern Railway was formed. Actually, if I do that, maybe I should have moved the brake van out of the way. Actually, what I'll do is I'll switch these back to how they were. And I'll have it so that I'm going to take this line. I'm going to couple up to the brake van, and I'm going to put him on this siding here with the turntable, because we established, or it was established earlier on, that my cunning plan to turn round trucks 3 and 2 on the turntable would probably would count as cheating, and the game wouldn't accept it as a victory. So I'm not running the risk of... Phew. Didn't crash on the diamond points. So we're not running the risk of getting to the end and realising that we've been disqualified. I'll arrange these next 3 trucks one by one. Oh. Right. Oh, what have I done? I've windowed it. There we are. Is it still looking fine? Yeah. Right. Let's... Right, where are we? We're here. No. And there we are. And, yeah, that looks... Well, yeah, I think that looks more or less correct. Except for this, which needs to be changed. Praying that... Oh, that has to be changed as well. Yeah, hopefully the diamond point should behave itself. No, we're going the wrong way. Yeah, I think I will do the Big World Big Adventures recolor engines and base them on engines from the actual countries they appeared in. I mentioned this in an earlier stream, but it's a question of finding engines that are the right wheel arrangement that worked in those countries. Because I said this before, but I think in one of the episodes set in Italy there was an Oliver recolor. I'm trying to find an 042 tank engine that worked in Italy that's standard gauge is just nigh on impossible. So I can't say for certain what engines I'll cover in that potential series and which ones I won't. Right, where do I want to go now? I think they're all set in the right way. I don't know, actually. I'll have to consult the map. No. There we are. I think that's more or less what I want. Maybe? Oh no, hang on, they're over there, aren't they? So I need to keep going. Right. No, I'm in the wrong place. And I'm right in front of a set of trucks, so I'm going to have to back up. I wonder why Thomas doesn't make beeping noises when he goes backwards, like a lorry or a bus. I remember that. I seem to remember an older, that being a thing in an older WTL network YouTube poop, where Thomas, it's the intro sequence, but Thomas uncouples from Annie and Clarabelle, and then he has to reverse to pick them back up, but he just makes beeping noises like a reversing lorry. It's weird that Jack Frost was adapted in the game because it's a season 6 episode. I mean, this game is sort of a mixture of the Railway series and the TV series, because Thomas and Gordon in particular is definitely based more off the TV series version, because it starts at Knapford and ends at Wellsworth. So I don't think it's that much of a problem. I think the only I know there's a bit of a strange discrepancy where they didn't have the same ending as the episode, because if I remember right, there isn't the scene where James sees Percy all iced up and then gets scared and then boasts about how Jack Frost knows his name at the end of the episode, even though I'm pretty sure lines were recorded to adapt that part of the story, and for some reason it's just not in the game, which is a shame. It'd be nice. Again, we talked about maybe if they release a patch at some point in the future. We talked about being able to skip the cutscenes, but I think having or reinstating those unused lines would be a nice addition. Replaced Elizabeth with Emily. Yeah, well, I guess Elizabeth's not in the game, and like you said, Elizabeth never made it into CGI. I remember when someone pointed out that you could make a season 12 starred Elizabeth by getting Stafford's face and putting it on Elizabeth's body, and I remember being a bit mind blown about that. Alright, let's get this. Oh no, let's not, because I haven't cleared the points. Oh, luckily this isn't a diamond switch, so I can just do that. Oh, that's quite smooth. Now I'm good at stopping when I need to be. You know, do Super ED as class 73, but what do you think about him as a class 74 instead? I mean, I've seen arguments for both 73 and 74. I mainly made him a 73, partially because I just kind of prefer the look of the 73, and partially because I think most people went with the 74 design, and I figured I want my version to stand out a bit compared with most of the others. Actually, I'm gonna... this might be a bit pointless, but I'm going to drop this van off onto one of these sidings over here. Because again, I don't have to directly interact with the diamond points. I think I can just drop that off there. It's not in anyone's way. Let's throw this switch once again. And I think I'm on the right track to collect truck number 2. Do I know of the book Locomotives That Never Were by Robert Barnes? He illustrates a set of British locomotives designs that never came to exist. Same guy drew the 5AT concept. I have come across that book. I don't have a copy of it. I think most of the times I've seen it for sale, it's been quite expensive. But I do know of the book, and I would like to pick it up at some point, because I'm quite interested in like certain scrapped locomotive designs. I do have blueprints for certain scrapped engine designs that I know at one point or another I have wanted to make trains models of, like the Fowler Pacific that was like being planned but never came to be. So I think there are multiple designs for that, because I think some people envisioned it with a bell pair firebox, and some envisioned it with a round-topped firebox. And the round-top firebox version does look kind of interesting. And the same goes... I think I've got blueprints for a Maunsell 462 as well, which again never came to be, but it does look really nice, especially with the smoke deflectors. No. No, I've coupled them up again. Really the greatest tragedy to have befallen mankind. There we are. BR Standard Mikado, which I think later became it sort of gave way to the 9F, because it was... They wanted it to be a 282, but then they changed their mind. Right. Not long to go now. What was my favourite Thomas toy merchandises? I don't know. There's so much to choose from, but I think I mentioned, I can't remember if it was the last stream or stream before, I do like Capsule Play Rail. I miss the days where you could buy Capsule Play Rail in toy shops in the UK and railway station gift shops and places like that. So I remember back in the mid-2000s, they were always such a fun thing to collect, and they were pocket money prices. It was like $1.99 or $2.99 for one engine. And I guess the minis sort of brought that element back, but never cared much for the proportions of the minis. And although I did make a video about the minis variants, I think I mentioned in the video the variants on engines, especially stuff that didn't appear in the show, never really appealed to me. And I know Capsule Play Rail does variants as well, but back when they were released in blister packs in the UK, there weren't. I don't think they released any of the variants. I think it was just the standard versions of the characters, which made things easier for me. I will say that I am saying Capsule Play Rail is one of my favourite Thomas ranges, but I say that as somebody who doesn't buy them from the capsules or from the Gashapon machines. I've either bought them in the blister packs like they used to come in when they were sold in the UK, or I've bought them from Japan already opened, or at least already bought, and thus the previous owner knows what's inside. It might be more frustrating for me if I my only choice was to buy them from the machines. And, move these back a bit further so they're not on the points. Which British Railways have made a standard class 1. I'm not sure if there would have been much of a need for it. Because I'm guessing that by that point most most branch lines have either been closed or strengthened to accommodate things that are at least a class 2 or more powerful. And what set points do I need to change? This one. Right, I think we're going to do it. Oh, hang on, I need to uncouple the brake van. And then we'll be done. There we are.
Well done. You managed to shunt the trucks into the correct order.
Right. Now it's time to try the Ffarquhar one again. Hopefully without dying this time. Hopefully this time the trucks won't explode without my consent.
Welcome to the shunting challenge.
It'd be funny to see an Wonders of Sodor expansion in Forza Horizon 6, where you're racing on Sodor's roads and passing by the engines working, and you can drive Bertie, Trevor, and Terence. That would be cool. Can't imagine it happening, but it'd be nice. Right. So I think I know what I've got to do to start off with. I make sure these are both set the right way. That's not set the right way, is it? It was already set the right way. And I want to move these trucks to the hopper siding, and then couple number 4 to number 5, and then retrieve number 7. So have I set all the points correctly? No. I have now. You've only got one more whistle left to go. That's good. Hope you can find it. I probably won't be much help because I only managed to find a handful so far. I think they're all fairly obvious ones. Oh, I forgot to set this point. Right, let's change these points. And actually do this properly. I stopped just too early. Now time to uncouple. And put these onto the hopper siding. I think I'd probably be able to shave off half the time if I didn't keep fumbling when I have to change direction. But that is what muscle memory for a different game does to you. to go over here, don't I? Yeah. Do you think Walter could be 16, or should they be separate characters? I think it's up to interpretation. I've made Walter a separate character from 16. Partially, well, mainly, because I know that having, well, Walter or the austerity engine B16 is something that's already been done by other Thomas fan series creators. There's a BR Class 91 named Reverend W. Audrey. Yeah, I have heard about that. I seem to remember it got a passing mention in the complete collection. In the sort of small biography of the Reverend Audrey that they had at the end of the book. Have I played Gary's Mod or any other Source games? No, I can't say I have. I think I would like to muck around in Gmod and stuff like that, but it's not something I've ever done before. Obviously, you'd need... I think you'd need games in the Source engine to have most of the assets available, don't you? This is the right one, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, there we are. Do I play Team Fortress? No. Never played Team... I don't really play multiplayer games all that much. I tend to prefer playing things single player. I remember... Because I play... Well, because I don't really know anyone who would want to play with or against me in multiplayer games. I usually, whenever I have played multiplayer games, it's always been with strangers, and I don't know. I feel like with a lot of those games, I think I'd find them more enjoyable and less frustrating, or like I have to prove something if I was playing with friends or people I knew, as opposed to just random people from over the world. Because I remember I would sometimes play Sonic Robo Blast 2 Kart, and I'd often be, even if I tried to select, like sort of the easier servers, or like less hardcore servers, most of the time I would be playing against basically night owls or NEET who basically devoted their entire spare time to playing the game, and so I was always quite rubbish in comparison. And even though like Sonic Robo Blast 2 is sort of, I guess, been replaced by Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers, and even though a lot of people find that to be like a messier and sort of harder to get to grips with game, I prefer Ring Racers for no other reason than there's a single player mode, so I just play that. Oh, hang on. I'm going the wrong way. Why am I going the wrong way? I don't need trucks 2 and 1 yet. They are for later. Right. Let's go on the right line this time. Do I watch Jargo Hazard or Chris Eden Green's content? I watched some of their stuff. I remember quite enjoying a Jago Hazard video where he sort of discusses what type of engine the Reverend Audrey may have had in mind when he first created Thomas. Why am I still coupled to 4 and 5? I swear I uncoupled them. Remember he sort of brought up the idea that because a lot of, or because some of the stories in Thomas's original book are based on incidents that happened at Liverpool Street in London, and the engines that worked there were blue 060 tank engines, that Thomas may have been partially inspired by the Great Eastern Railway buck jumpers. So, who knows, maybe Buck and Jumper from the Scrap Engines video are Thomas's distant cousins. Imagine Thomas visiting France and seeing the TGVs. It'd be cool. It'd be interesting to, I don't know, maybe see Thomas try and race one of the TGVs and not being very successful, to say the least. Or maybe the TGV breaks down and Thomas does win. Right. Well. What? Why do you keep on doing this? I swear this is the game changing the points now. Because I definitely set them right. Do as you're told. This game is awesome. It certainly is. It's when I'm not accidentally sending engines onto the wrong line. And the 7's the truck at the back, isn't it? So I want to uncouple here. And move these vans away. Probably put them in the shed or something, or at least the siding with the shed in it. I don't know who Thomas is. I do know who Thomas Theorist is. TGVs look good in orange. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to remember, there was a Tomika World TGV, wasn't there? I can't remember. Seems like the sort of thing that should have existed. I remember the TGV was in early versions of trains like UTC. Well, if I remember right, it was the fastest train in the game. Certainly one of them. And Lego made the Horizon Express, which is based on the TGV. Oh yeah, I think I've heard of that, and I know that they made Emerald Knight, which is like the Flying Scotsman. Please stop. Yeah. On all this work, and we haven't we haven't shunted one truck in the right place yet. I'm spamming Underground Ernie in the chat. At some point I would, well, I know I've said this before, but I do want to do an Underground Ernie in the Thomas style video. Also, considering how big they were sort of expecting Underground Ernie to be, with like all the huge like merchandising deals and stuff, I'm surprised, or at least I don't believe there was ever like plans directly put in place for any sort of tie-in video game. Not that I was expecting like an actual simulator type game like this, but even just something like a vaguely educational activity centre for the PC seems like the sort of thing that might exist, but it never was. I think the points all set correctly. Did have some web and flash games. Yeah, that tracks. It was basically everything had a flash game back in the early to mid back in the, well, probably the entire 2000s, I should imagine. I just say early to mid 2000s because that's when I was a child and when I was playing flash games. Real ones remember Traps, Mines and a Sheep. You know, a lot of stuff back then had had flash games. Even even the Cramp Twins had Flash games, and that's a show that nobody remembers fondly, except for me. If there are 1,000 Cramp Twins fans, I'm one of them. If there are 10 Cramp Twins fans, I'm one of them. If there is one Cramp Twins fan, that person is me. If there are no Cramp Twins fans, it means I'm dead. Not Crampton, Cramp Twins. That was an old cartoon that I think was made for Cartoon Network in the UK. And I think it also aired on CBBC. I remember it was one of those shows that was British, but the voice cast were from North America. And in fact, Tom Kenny voiced one of the main characters, aka the voice of SpongeBob. But I remember when I first discovered that show was British. I remember telling someone in my school, "Oh, did you know the Cramp Twins is British, not American?" And he was like, "No, it's not. It's American." And there was like a bit of back and forth, and he was like, "Oh yeah, well if the Cramp Twins is British, then how come the dad is a big fan of the Wild West and cowboys?" And I was like, "Damn, you got me. Can't refute that." Remember Cramptons, and Jimmy Neutron was originally Johnny Quasar. Yeah, I'm familiar with the original test animations. Back when Jimmy Neutron was called Johnny Quasar for some reason. I know we talked a bit about this in an earlier stream, but it's always been fascinating to me seeing those, or seeing like early versions of iconic characters like Johnny Quasar instead of Jimmy Neutron. And it makes you wonder how successful the series would have been if that's what his name was and what he looked like. And stuff like that. Right, I've got to make sure he's in the right siding. So I want to change this. Come on, I want to change that. And I want to change this. And I want to change this. I remembered I made Sega Genesis music. Can I explain that? Well, it was basically just I remember discovering that there was a VST plugin for FL Studio, which I think emulated a slightly different sound chip than the Mega Drive, but it was compatible with instruments from the Mega Drive, aka the Genesis, and so it was easy enough to make remixes in that style. I think nowadays I've probably used Furnace Tracker, which is directly emulates the Mega Drive or Genesis sound chip. Right, so I want to go to a point where I can run around this train and then drop off the truck number 6 at the in the siding. Jimmy Neutron then had a spin-off called, yeah, I remember Planet Sheen. I never really watched it, although I can't imagine it being particularly good. I've not heard great things about it. Maybe it'll end up becoming one of those sort of D-tier cartoons that Twitter will start obsessing over for a few weeks, like what they did with Fanboy and Chum Chum back in the day. Which is another show I never watched back in the day. I think I was a bit too old for that show. I was sort of, at the time, I think when Fanboy and Chum Chum first came out, I think I was sort of in that 90s kid phase where I was like, all the cartoons being made now are rubbish. But I remember when, I think the show that got me to change my mind about that was Regular Show, which is a show I haven't watched in a long time, but I remember quite fondly back in the early 2010s, back when it was still new. Have I ever drawn any Coldie Fell engines? Not in their own video, but I have drawn. Coldie did make a cameo in the Peel Godred video. That's already set correctly. I can't remember if it had already started raining by this point when I'd tried this the first time. I think it may have done, but I'm not sure. The sky still looks quite blue at the moment, so hopefully it won't be raining for a while. Right. Oh. During the remaining Mighty Express characters. I might do that. I'm not sure if there are necessarily enough characters that would necessarily make for an interesting video, because it was more... I suppose that video was more sort of I was going to say, like a pitch for a potential reboot. I mean, I say that wasn't under any illusion that anyone at Spin Master or whoever would see my video and go, "Wow, what a great idea! Let's use those designs." And but I was just, it was more an excuse to discuss my thoughts on the show and why I think the show failed and what I think they could have done to make something better. But yeah, I might do again, I brought up the possibility of maybe like just YouTube shorts featuring me drawing those other characters, but I don't know for certain. I'm sure I'll find a way to find an excuse to draw them at some point. Big Mickey was going to have a face in Tugs, but it was never used. Yeah, I've seen that. And it was considerably different from the one he eventually had in Thomas and Friends. Right. So that's truck number 6. Present and correct. Now to pick up trucks 4 and 5, which are already arranged. Chuggington or Underground Ernie thoughts? Well, I've said this before, I've never really watched Chuggington. I should watch it, because I'm sure it's a fine show. Underground Ernie, I think, is... I think once you get over the sort of dated CGI and some of the strange creative decisions, I think Underground Ernie is like a perfectly fine show. The camera keeps spawning in the rocks. It's just not up. Right. Moving, that's why I can't go forwards. Hopefully the trucks aren't exploding off the tracks anymore. No, hope not. Hopefully they behave themselves this time. Oh, hang on. They're in the wrong order, I've noticed. I'm sure I can figure out a way to sort that out. I can use the runaround loop, I think. Mind you, I'm going to have to clear it first, aren't I? Did I ever grow up watching Thunderbirds? I watched a bit of it. Because I think it used to air on Boomerang back in the day, which I guess is strange because normally Boomerang only aired animated shows, but they aired Thunderbirds as well for whatever reason. I remember I guess I was never huge on Thunderbirds. I know my dad especially didn't care for Thunderbirds because he always thought the pacing was a bit too slow. He always said it was like watching paint dry. Why is it spawning in the rocks? Is there any way I can get the camera in the right place? No. Well, I'm going to uncouple and then push the trucks under the hopper into a siding out of the way, I think. Rocks are yummy to the camera. I think they might be. Ah, we're free. Right. No. Did I grow up watching Top Gear? Yeah, I would often watch Top Gear. I used to like the challenges they did, like the ones with the... Oh, yeah, I used to... Yeah, I'm sure I'm not... this isn't a hot take at all, but I think the... definitely the challenge, the episodes with... Where where the three presenters had to do different challenges are always the highlights of the show, in my opinion. Top Gear episode where they drive cars on tracks and drive house cars to camp. Yeah, yeah, that was a good one. I heard of YouTube's called Anthony Dawson and Trainer. Yeah, I've heard of those two. Oh no, why are we going here? I'm not even convinced that they're in the right. There's going to be enough room for these trucks on that side. Right, let's do that. What? Do I have a favourite Tom's character and a hated character? I because I may have said this before, but because there are so many Thomas and Friends characters and they all have different things to like about them, I often go through phases of having different favourite characters. When it comes to least favourite characters, I mean, it's weird because I mean, there are a lot of characters that I don't really interest me all that much, but a lot of them are, you know, stuff like the international engines from Big World Big Adventures, which I guess don't have a huge amount going for them. I mean, some of them are all right. But the thing is, it's almost pointless to say they're my least favourite, because, like, what do I even say about them? They're more like the... Because I guess there's a difference between a least favourite character and a character that interests you the least, if that makes sense. So if I have a grow up watching Mr. Bean. Yeah, I've watched. Always been a fan of Mr. Bean, both the live action version and the animated version. Which, well, am I going insane, or are the points, like, the way I change the points not the same as where they actually go? But yeah, I remember I used to watch the animated version on Nickelodeon, who aired it for some reason. And if I remember right, Nickelodeon also aired the live action version at one point. I remember enjoying both versions of Mr. Bean. I think I probably found the original live action version funnier. But I suppose the good thing about the animated version is that there were more episodes, and I guess because it was animated, they could do certain things that probably wouldn't happen in the live action version. Like I think there's the episode where was it like an old, and Mr. Bean like digs up an old bomb that hasn't gone off yet, and when he drives away, the bomb hitches to the back of his car, and then then he gets blown up, and probably wouldn't happen in the live action version. I mean, they did a lot of wacky things in the live action version. I remember the episode where his car gets destroyed. To do that. I don't even know if I'm if I'm doing this right. No, I think if I do that, and then uncouple, and then head off again, and switch these back. Who would win in a three-way deathmatch between Bob the Builder, Postman Pat, and Fireman Sam? I'm not sure. Well, I mean, I've never been that into like power scaling and stuff like that, but I guess the thing is that Bob the Builder has, well, at least 5 machines to back him up, whereas Postman Pat and Fireman Sam only have. Well, I was going to say, actually, no, because Postman Pat has the postman and the post bus, doesn't he? And then Fireman Sam, I mean, he's got Jupiter, but maybe, I don't know if Venus could help in one way or another, I'm not sure. But even then, that's only 2 each, whereas Bob the Builder's got at least 5, possibly more if you count the later characters. How about drawing Postman Pat or Fireman Sam transport with faces in the Railway Series style? I might do something like that. One thing I was maybe thinking of doing is doing a sort of art style challenge where I spin a wheel and I have to draw like Thomas or Percy or whoever in the style of a different piece of media. Like, I don't know, Thomas in Family Guy style, maybe, or Thomas in the like Thomas in Bob the Builder style, or Thomas in the Fairly Odd Parent style, or whatever. Oh, hang on, no. I was right the first time. So I don't want to be in front. This is why I need to pay attention to what I'm doing. Did I know I can drive the standard gauge engines on narrow gauge track? Yeah, yes, have heard that. Right, try and get it right this time. And Sam's got a whole team behind him as well. Was that in the original series? Or was that just the CGI series? Or was there... Oh. No, 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 no. No. Right, I think I've got enough clearance to... I've seen Trumptonshire. Well, I've seen the like, because there was 3 series, wasn't there? There was Trumpton, Camberwick Green, and what was the other one? Chigley, or whatever it was called. I have watched a bit of them, because they used to wear on Nick Jr. back in the days of yore. Secretly, yes. I remember having a VHS with an episode of Camberwick Green on it. Although I don't remember that much about it because it was so long ago. I remember thinking those shows were all right. We would win between Winnie the Pooh and Peter Rabbit, original British Winnie the Pooh, not the Disney version. Again, I don't know really, because again, power scaling is not my field of expertise. Children's favourites VHS. So if you're talking about the Camberwick Green, or the VHS of Camberwick Green on, I think that was the very best of Watch with Mother, or whatever it was called, which is strange because I'm not even sure if Camberwick Green was a Watch with Mother thing, but it was on the VHS, so I guess it was. Well, I did grow up with a lot of those children's favourites VHS tapes. I think the best ones are probably the ones the BBC put out, but I also quite liked the various charity compilation tapes there were. Like there was one, I forget the name of the charity it was associated with, but I think they did two of them. There was My Best Friends and My Best Friends 2. I only had the second one, but my main memory of it is the fact that at the start of like to preface each show, they'd have like a voiceover of some kids in the background, and one of them say, "Who is your best friend?" and the other will say, "My best friend is such and such." And my main memory is the fact that, oh, please stop, please stop, please stop. My main memory of that is the fact that when they got to Postman Pat, they start singing the Postman Pat theme, but if you listen, they're clearly singing Postman Pat ran over his cat, not the, as opposed to the original lyrics, which means that in this U-rated VHS charity compilation tape made for preschoolers, you can hear the phrase "blood and guts went flying." Which somehow I managed to never catch as a kid, but I remember watching the tape again much later, and as unmistakably you can hear them singing "Blood and guts went flying." Postman Pat was crying. What's my thoughts on Marvelous Machinery? I can't remember if I ever watched it. I think a lot of the later Big World Big Adventures episodes and specials I just didn't bother watching because I was like, oh, no, I know I'm probably not gonna like them very much, so I might as well not watch them. Well, that's incredible, yeah. The other one that was slightly less explicit was when they got to Rosie and Jim and they started singing Rosie and Jim Stick 'em in the Bin. So which, we got a feel for John Cunliffe, both of his creations getting made fun of on this charity VHS tape. Going into the wrong siding again. We're all doomed. Have I watched Pororo? It's made by the same company as Tale of the Little Bus. I've not really seen Tale of the Little Bus, to be honest. I know of it, but I couldn't tell you anything about it, other than presumably it features a bus called Teo. But I've never heard of Pororo. Assuming that's how you pronounce it, I don't know. Looks all present and correct. Right, let's go. Thoughts on Diesel 10? I've always quite liked Diesel 10. I mean, you might have a giant claw attached to him, but apparently when it comes to stuff in Thomas and the Magic Railroad, that's arguably one of the more grounded elements. What is this you're talking about? If you're referring to the Postman Pat and Rosie and Jim thing, that was a charity compilation VHS tape. I can't remember the name of the charity, but the tape itself was called My Best Friends 2, but except they did the thing where they wrote 2 as TOO rather than TWO, because I don't know, because they didn't spelling things correctly wasn't cool enough or something. think we can stop it there. And then run around. Stop spawning the camera in the rocks! And CGI Fireman Sam is interesting. Yeah, I never really watched CGI Fireman Sam. It was, I think again I was sort of felt that I was maybe a bit too old for most preschool shows at the time. Except for Thomas, because Thomas is too cool. Camera really wants the rocks babies. It certainly does. Don't know what the child of a camera and a rock would look like. But the footage it produces, I dare say, will probably be a bit rocky. Well, we are free from the curse of the camera embedded in the rocks. Yeah. If I remember right, this is it was when I coupled up van number 3 where the trucks exploded. So hopefully that's not going to happen again this time. If I'm not careful, I'll end up destroying the train myself. I remember Rory the racing car. Again, it wasn't a show I ever watched at the time. I think my main memory of it was the animated All-Star Band, which prominently featured the characters. But having seen clips of it, it does seem like a very fun show. I think, yeah, a lot of I guess British preschool cartoons preschool cartoons in general from sort of like the mid to late 2000s and onwards, I sort of never watched the first time round because I think by that point I felt I was too old for shows like that. So I'm trying to think where the cut-off point would have been. Probably like 2004, probably maybe even earlier than that. Because sometimes I would it was one of those things where I'd watch, because usually the shows I liked were on like Cartoon Network, maybe Nickelodeon, and occasionally I didn't really watch the Disney Channel or any of its derivatives, or not offshoots, maybe a better word. I quite liked. I thought Recess was all right. I never really watched any of the other shows that aired on the Disney Channel. But yeah, I had this thing that I suppose still holds true today, where I sort of had shows I liked and shows I just refused to give any attention to. But I often found that if there was nothing on like the big on like Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon or Nicktoons or Boomerang, I'd like check. Oh, maybe the CBBS, or I guess I'd check CBBC as well, see if there was anything on there. But if there was nothing on any of the channels aimed at school children, for lack of a better term, I'd like just check the preschool channels. It's like, oh, maybe there's something vaguely interesting being shown on here. But I think as time went on, I think I sort of lost more and more interest. And sometimes those shows, I mean, newer preschool shows can still be entertaining in their own way. I'm not gonna, and there's definitely a lot of preschool shows I never watched back in the day, but I think that I definitely enjoy now. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Sorry, apologies, that was a bit rambly and aimless, but that's just how things were. My best friend Sue was on Internet Archive. You listen to Postman Pat running over his cat. Yeah, I knew I wasn't making stuff up. Right. So what I'll do is uncouple here. Oh. So remember 2P and Beano, or 2P. Oh, 2P and Beano, or Bino, or however you say it. For a second I thought you meant the Topper and the Beano as in the two comics. But no, I'm guessing that's a show that I am unfamiliar with. I keep forgetting to change direction. Well, I noticed Emily's wheels going backwards when you're going forwards. No, I think Emily's wheels were going the right way whenever I've played as her in the game. I don't know if that's like a bug exclusive to a specific version. And 2P and Bino is a Canadian cartoon from my childhood. The name does sound vaguely familiar. Have I heard of it? 2P and Bino. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Oh, where am I? There we are. I think we can afford to go a little bit further. Oh well, the Looks like the mist has rolled in. And the legend says that whenever there's a mist about, there's a ghost about too. So I ought to take care on the old line. Remember a show called Animalia? Or I'm guessing that's how you pronounce it. I don't know. I did hear. I know of that show. I've never. Again, I've never watched it, but the name rings a bell. I don't think I'm thinking of Animorphs or anything like that. Oh. Misty Quarry Rescue. Yep. Well, it's a quarry, and it's certainly misty. He's come to a complete stop just yet. And played any Sonic games from my childhood. Not on stream. Maybe if people want to see me play Sonic games on stream, perhaps I will. So I think I don't think it matters too much how good I am at the game. I think as long as I'm entertaining and I'm a good sport about it, I suppose it won't matter too much. So it's just the one more truck we need to hitch to the train. Which is this one here. But it should be easy enough to take off this van, maybe put it in this siding here. Or that siding, whichever comes first. And then take van number 1 and put it on the end of the train we're currently building. I think we can afford to speed up a little bit. Right. Oi. Has it? Oh, it is uncoupled. Okay. I thought it had recoupled itself for some reason. And I think we're all right at the moment. I'll put this van in here. What if Pip and Emma met Canna from All Engines Go? Or Kana from All Engines Go? Well, I imagine they'd probably just say, "You alright? How's it going?" And then carry on with their work. I can almost taste victory. Stop embedding the camera in the rocks. It's going to stop, isn't it? Yeah. And then let's switch that point. I don't think we need to switch any others. So with that, we can set off. From what we've heard, the push along released alone a die-cast, or the ones part of sets are plastic for 2026. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Apparently that's what they're doing in, well, that's what they've been doing in the cars range for quite a while. Basically had die-cast standalone releases, but if they're released, well, for standalone and 2-pack releases, but ones that are released as part of a playset are plastic to keep the cost down. I mean, I suppose that's maybe an incentive to collect the set if you've already got the engine featured in it, or collect the standalone engine if you've already got the set. I mean, typically the way to incentivize people is to have a special variant exclusive to the set, but I guess having a version made of a different material works as well. You tried to do Percy's troublesome day and the game crashed once you reached Sportsfield Holt. I didn't have the problem when I did it. I don't know, does that happen constantly? Or have you only tried it once? Because, I mean, apologies for not having the most direct answer, but if it constantly happens, it might be worth maybe trying to contact Dovetail Games if you haven't already.
Well done. You managed to shunt the trucks into the correct order.
Completed all 3 shunting puzzles. We've done it! We've done it, hooray! We've done it, hooray! Right, I think to vent out some of the frustration that I had to endure during some of those shunting puzzles, I think I deserve a mighty good crash. I wonder what happens if I what I might do actually, like rather than, so if is these loaded or no? They're empty. Is there? Can I get 20 loaded troublesome trucks? Here we are. Load that in, then uncouple diesel and banish into the Shadow Realm. This is the end of the stream. Almost. I'm gonna stage a crash. Oh, what do we have here? Is he gonna let me get onto the platform? No. Is there a ramp on the other side? Yes. Yeah, I think the stream is close to being done, but I'm to vent out my frustrations from failing the shunting challenge so many times. I'm gonna stage a big crash, just get it all out of my system. Oh, come on, please spawn. Ow. Right, what's the longest train I can spawn? Here. He's loaded or empty. Ah, I can spawn 10. So we'll have 30 trucks. Actually, I'll a bit further right so I know exactly what's being deleted. We'll see what happens when Percy goes down a steep hill with winding curves, pulling 30 trucks. We'll even be able to move them at all, I wonder. We shall... I don't want you over there. There we are. Right. Right, so we'll start by connecting it to these ones, and then we should be able to couple them up to these ones over here. The hat I picked up was Mr. I found some of Mr. Conductor's hats. I just didn't spot. I'd somehow gone without spotting that one. Right, and with that, we can set a path. I don't expect Percy to make it out of the quarry tram road, but we will nonetheless set a path for him. Where is he? Oh, he's over here. That will take us. I will optimistically set his destination to Knapford, which isn't going to happen. What's my thoughts on James being a DLC? Well, I mentioned that in the drawing Wonders of Sodor scenes in the Railway Series style video. I think, given that there's bearing in mind that there's only these 6 engines in the game, it was probably going to be either James or Percy that would be locked behind a DLC, and I guess with that in mind, I guess James makes some degree of sense. I wonder how fast we can go before everything comes off the track. Everything goes off the rails, I should say. I think we're going to come unstuck here. Oh, I was still on the track. And if I quickly go into photo mode and then press exit, then we are free to explore after the crash. Oh, yeah, that tends to happen. I actually made it out of the, well, made it above ground. Well, he's still smiling. It's good to stay optimistic in times of hardship. And here are all the trucks. Some of them are still upright. Some of them are not. I can still hear the sound of wheels turning, even though nothing's on the track. But anyway, I think I'm probably going to end things here. So I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. And I don't know what the next live stream will be. And my next video I'll probably reveal the theme of nearer the time. But I think I'm going to call it a day there. I set out what I wanted to do, which was perform the shunting challenges successfully. And it may have taken 4.5 hours, but the important thing is that we got there in the end. So I shall end the stream here, and I shall sign off and bid everyone farewell, and I hope you have a good weekend. But yeah, that's all I've got time for tonight. So I'm probably going to stop the stream right about now. And again, hope you have a nice weekend, and